Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the studio. I will say that I might have to run here in a second because I had somebody saying they were on their way over to pick up something at the studio, and of course they told me this right after I started the stream, and they said they would be right here, so I was waiting for a bit, but so if I hear somebody hollering for me, I'll have to run. Tech Angel, thank you so much. 103 months. That is a very, very long time. Thank you so much for helping us keep the cats in kibble for so long. And good afternoon. Yeah, welcome everybody. Today I'm going to be doing some more throwing. I got almost all of the pieces I did yesterday made up, though it took a while because it was so humid here. It didn't actually rain here at the studio, but it rained I think in other parts of the county, and Daniel got hail yesterday. It hailed on him while he was coming home, like pea-sized hail. So we're having all kinds of crazy weather here. That's over 6 years. Yes. Well, thank you very much, and I hope everybody's doing good. So happy Friday. I never know what day it is normally, but especially this week. We were at a show last weekend, so we were recovering and then now gearing up for our work week because with the gallery being open on the weekends. Hey, Minnie. Whoop. She gave you that close-up shot. Yes. Uh-huh. Here we go. Let's oh, let me see here. I'm gonna put this up here and then I'm gonna refresh my camera because I didn't realize it was frozen. Because I mean, we've got to be able to see Minnie when she's playing with the lizard. You used your Link travel mug yesterday for coffee. You love using it for a normal mug all the time. Yes. I actually need to make some more of those. Was it like the it's dangerous to go alone? Take this. So I know as soon as I dip my hands in water and get them dirty, that's when this person is going to show up. So. But, oh, here she is. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys. I'll just leave Minnie up there. Is Minnie still with us here? She is. Here we go. So I didn't really get anything for myself when we went to the Maryland Sheep and Wool, but I got a couple of cat toys. Because why not? Little felted cat toys. She's been playing with it. It's probably going to hit me in the head here in a minute. Spook, you've made mug cakes in your mug. Yes. Like you used to be able to get like the like little packets, like they individually package them when that stuff got popular. And I remember having to use like 2 of those packets to fill up one of our mugs. Vala, hey, you saw us at Maryland? You saw us at the festival? Nice. Yeah, so I hope you had a good time. So I am just now getting started. I had someone coming to meet me here to pick up an order, so I knew they would show up. Like I started the stream and then they messaged me they were on their way. So I'm like, that's perfect timing. So we got that done. Where did it go? So that's what I got. Actually, no, I did. I got a soap for myself. I got some felted soap because I like those. But besides that, I just got cat toys. You left before the hail. Yes, you were good to get out of there. Like with that stuff, like you never know what a little rain cloud is gonna bring you, and it was a very intense, kind of scary half hour there. But all in all, I think I was happy with like just a half hour of super intense storm rather than the entire weekend being a slow, steady rain. That was better. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. All right, let's see what I want to do first. I need to do some 20-ounce mugs and some 10-ounce mugs. But I think I'll do the 20-ounce mugs first and give them a chance to dry out, and then do some of the 10-ounce. That should be where my guide is already set up. Ooh. What are we doing? Is that it? You just supervised the startup? You were our be right back screen? Gonna make sure there's not somebody else in here. Nope. Because sometimes the cats are a good, like, I call them the door greeters, but it's because that's what they do. They let me know when there's somebody here. Hey, Lassa. You're listening while you play a game? Well, have fun. Yeah, Daniel's been really excited about all the updates to PoE 2. I don't know if you're still playing that one. Like, while we were on our way up to Maryland, he had me, like, read off all the updates of what was changing. Because it happened while we were on the road. So it looks like I think my camera's been bumped a little bit. I'm gonna measure this and then make some adjustments. Okay. All right. We have one mug. We have the first mug of the day. What all they have? Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. We have some food trucks outside. In Tampa, you would go to food truck rallies, or is it just like a food truck park? Yeah, I think they're trying to do something like that, or like in the downtown area in the summer. I don't know if this is like the beginning of it or not, but we've got a little like empty lot that they let a few food trucks park at. I don't know if it's only on the weekends or if it's during the day too. I think it's technically Small Business Week. I feel like we were gone and we haven't set anything up, so I keep forgetting about it. So I may have to make the front of the shop look a bit more presentable for the weekend. A bunch of trucks, sometimes with music or a special event. Yeah, I mean that's such a good way to just sample local food too. Because so many places have like if they have a brick and mortar, they also have a food truck. Though there are just as many that are only food trucks. Tampa was the home to the Guinness Book's largest food truck rally record. Wow. That's like some of the shows we do, going to a art show or a festival, like there's tons of food trucks, like the fair food and stuff, but a lot of the conventions like Gen Con and I don't know if Origins has as many food trucks, but like Gen Con and several shows like that, if there's not a lot of food around the location, then there's tons of food trucks. Like the food trucks at Gen Con like took over an entire street. There were schedules. Because they'd have different ones every day. Yeah, it's hard to decide which one to eat at, yeah. See, that kind of reminds me of the Epcot Food and Wine Festival, where like you go around and every little restaurant or kiosk has, you can buy a full meal, but they also have a little like sample snack version, because as everybody's going around eating everything, they have like a smaller sampling of what you can get. Like that would be an interesting proposition. Like, make sure have everybody that's got a food truck has like a snack-sized something sample they can sell, and then sell a snack pass or whatever, a sample pass for X amount of dollars that they can spend everywhere. Infused bog water, hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. But yeah, that's what we enjoy doing when we travel is of course eating, but eating like local foods, and if there is one, like taking a local food tour. Do I have a glaze that is close to a neon green with black? Not neon green, no. That is hard, very, very hard to do at Cone 6. The only thing we have is, I have to move this. No way back here. Can you see the green back here, the green and black? It's more of an emerald green. And then the white over the jade, it makes kind of like a grassy green, but nothing neon, no. For neon, you would have to go with the yellow if you want something really bright. That or the orange. Hey, Mandy. Welcome to the studio. My name is also Amanda. So you can call me Amanda, Play in the Mud, or Crazy Cat Lady, whatever. I answer to anything. But we are multi-streaming, so we've got people watching from YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. I can see everybody's comments in one place, so if you see me maybe answering a question that you don't see, it's probably just coming from another source. But Mandy, welcome in from YouTube. How were you recommended to us? Was it like a YouTube recommendation, or did like a person recommend us? So I am making mugs. We're making it muggy in here. These are my 20-ounce mugs. This is the most common thing you'll see me making because it's my best seller. So I make a lot of them. I'm making this is the 20-ounce size, and then I'll be making the smaller version, the 10-ounce size, later on. And then we'll, like, these are the bodies, and then once they dry out a little bit, I will add handles to them. Ah, no! He got stuck. Well, you see what had? You see the inside there? You see? Whoops. There it is. See all that? Now, it's not dead. It's not dead yet. It's just having some problems. I'm gonna compress this back down. And see if there's any issues on the outside, which there are, because I cut through the side of it. Alright, let's try this again. A little bit slower. It's a little bit slower. Here we go. Make sure my fingers are on the wheel. There we go. That's how it's supposed to go. So what happened was, like, the big chunk that I have over here, like, it got caught somewhere on the edge of the wheel, and so my hand didn't go all the way down before I started. Yeah. You saw what happened. Let's do that. Or else, if it's too close down here, I'm just going to be bumping it all the time. So I had to get it out of my way. Oh, your feed recommended it to you. Right, yeah, you have good taste? You watch another stream called Swan City Ceramics in Lakeland, Florida. I'll have to look them up. Yeah, mine, I do mostly just live streams because I'm horrifically bad at making YouTube videos. Used to LARP in Lakeland. See, I know where Lakeland is because we started out like me and my husband lived in Florida for a few years. That's where I first started making pots and doing a few shows down there. Because I worked with another full-time potter in Orlando. That's where I learned kind of the business side of being an artist and kind of had a informal apprenticeship going on. That's where I learned to do production throwing. Oh, nice. So do they do their videos on YouTube then? So I'm actually in southern Kentucky right now. We are just north of Nashville, Tennessee. So we're right on that Tennessee-Kentucky border. But my studio's in southern Kentucky. We have a brick and mortar retail shop in Nashville, in the downtown area. Oh yeah, not too far, Central Arkansas. They stream every Tuesday and Thursday, not always on the other platforms. They are busy bees. Good. Yeah, that's the hardest part of being like consistent on streaming is for us, you know, there's always stuff that we're doing. Like for me, the easiest thing to stream is the throwing. So that's what you'll see me doing most of the time. Whereas so with so many other parts of the process, like streaming is too distracting. But I try to stream some of the glazing and then the kiln openings and such. Tech Angel, you're so glad we got to actually meet. You're not sure you could travel again. Travel anxiety is a thing. Oh, it is. Probably more now than ever. Jessica and Nick. See, that sounds familiar because that's basically how our stream is set up with myself and my husband, especially when we were first starting. Like, he was here running the stream and like doing all the tech stuff, and I was just, making the pots. Now it's, streaming has come a long way and it's a little bit easier to manage everything. But Daniel is still the one who makes everything work. Like, I don't, if there's a problem, I have to just refer to him. Nick had a career in photography prior, so that helped him out. Small world, your dad's name is Daniel, yeah. It's okay, I don't think you can find a group of millennial women with at least not one of them being named Amanda. Make this one a little bit taller. There we go. Oh, born in 99. Your dad didn't care for the names of the time and loved that it came. It says full of love. I've heard that, the meaning of the name. What? So our name was one of the most popular names for little girls born in the late 70s, early 80s. So I guess it spans the Gen X and early millennial. Because there were like 2 different songs out at the time that had used the name Amanda. I am personally named after the Waylon Jennings song. Wonder Hamster, hello. So yeah, I'm just getting back into the groove of making some more things. We have a small show coming up next weekend. But the majority of the things I'm working on now is going to be for just filling orders. So Mandy said, yeah, if my middle name is not Marie, but it does begin with an M. So that A and M like acronym must have been strong. Nope, I am, and Amanda Michelle. Oh, Mandy, oh no, it's not a question I'm tired of at all, no. So I have been doing pottery for over 20 years now. I took my very first pottery class in 2003. So I can't say I've been making good pots that entire time, but that's when I started. We have been doing this full time now for 13 years. 13 years. And we've been streaming on Twitch for 9 of those years. So we do a little bit of everything as far as product wise, but also like types of sales. We do we have our website where you can order things we have in stock, or you can custom order mugs or whatever. We do we set up at shows. We have a retail shop down in Nashville where we sell like our products, but also other local artist wares. And we do wholesale. We started out doing mostly wholesale. We kind of made a little bit of everything at first and tried to do some different shows, but what got us, what propelled us into being able to do this full time was wholesale. We started making some products for the knitting industry. We sold yarn bowls, sold some of them to some local shops we had, and then found out that there was a trade show, a knitting trade show. So we went and sold some there, and then people gave us many orders, to the point that like I only had time to make like yarn bowls for a year or two. And so actually one of the show we were at this past weekend was the Maryland Sheep and Wool, which is one of the biggest fiber festivals in the country. So we still do some of that, but we've also, you know, expanded back out into a full line of bakeware and such. And a whole lot of mugs. Cosmo, yes we are. Yes, we're looking forward to it. We will be at Gen Con again this year. We actually just this week got our booth number, and I don't know what it is, but there is a map now. Ashtrays. I'm sometimes surprised by the amount of people who ask for ashtrays. I mean, I've had people buy spoon rests and things and say that that's what they're going to use them for. And, oh, you think cigar smokers might want a cool ashtray? Gotcha. You want for paintbrushes? Yeah. So they could like sit at an angle to dry. And I thought about that. You've only ever seen ashtrays around at your grandparents' place? Yeah, and it was always like a square crystal glass dish in the center of a table. Yeah. I've seen some pretty like elaborate, like fancy ashtrays, but like that era has passed. It's not something that you find in every home that everybody needs, you know. Well, you know, sometimes I can tell, like, you can tell a person's age by what they made when they were in school. Because, you know, like the elementary school art project, clay project, where you make a little pinch pot bowl, like, before a certain point, like, that was always an ashtray. Like, you make this little dumpy little bowl and you give it to your parents as an ashtray. Whether or not they smoked or not, that's all it was, because couldn't use it for much else. Now I see those little like dumpy bowls, instead of calling them ashtrays, like we say, oh look, it's a spoon rest, it's a cereal bowl, it's a succulent pot. It's, you know, the scented Orbeez in the bathroom. You know, I'd forgotten about those. I'd forgotten about those things. And if we're talking about retro things, that like, so my mother has been helping prepare estate sales. That's what she's doing right now, is like helping organize and prepare for and document things for estate sales. And they came to one house, and they like there was so much stuff hoarded in the house that like they were having to separate it all out. But one of the things they came across was like a pallet's worth of pink toilet paper. So tell me how old that is. Like, do y'all remember that? Like, seriously, like I barely remember that. But there was a time when you could get like toilet paper to match your bathroom, different colors and like scents and stuff. Circa 1986, yes. Because that's when everybody still had those mid-century modern, like, pink and teal bathtubs and toilets. you have your dad's handprint in a clay slab from age 4 in the dining room hutch. Yeah, you're terrified you're gonna knock it off with your dust. Yes, I would be too. Spook, you had an unannounced churu distraction. You're back, meow. Snack time is important. It's like all you have to do to summon Mir usually is like rattle a piece of plastic or a piece of paper. If he thinks there's food anywhere, he teleports. And that's one of our studio cats. Like, I should have something back here for that, just to get him to come back here. You remember blue and green, yeah. Your mom has all the green and white daisy plates from the 60s and the uranium glasses, like, well, yeah, like the depression glass. I see that at estate sales all the time. Oh, the Corel, the original Corel. Yeah, I remember, so when my parents were dealing with my grandparents' estate sale, like all the stuff they had out that they were, you know, organizing and selling, one of the first things that somebody came in and grabbed was all of the original Tupperware. And this is how much of a sorceress my grandmother was. Like, she had all the lids to all the original Tupperware. Yeah, we can't find most of it. Yeah, as soon as it enters our house, the lids go like crawl into the basement or something and hide. Your mom's been collecting a ton of vintage dishware lately to put in the hutch. It's the fancy china. The dark green crystal heavy cocktail glasses. Oh, see, that's what I think of when I think of the uranium stuff. Is like, isn't it usually green? Like a dark green? Or is it clear? It's supposed to be clear. Oh yeah, my mother has a ton of the Fostoria that her grandmother had. That you get out for the special occasions. The uranium is kind of like a light jade green. Okay. Oh, Spook, so there's a few different colors of the glassware that glow different colors under a black light, the red, blue, etc., depending on the composition. So what is my favorite thing to throw? Something that has been ordered. Something that is already sold that I am making where I know I am not wasting my time. It's like I make a whole lot of stuff to have as stock. But it is nice sometimes, especially with wholesale orders or even individual ones, where like I know that at least one of the things I'm making is already sold. And while there is, always going to be a level of stress involved with making custom orders, especially, if it gets wrong, you've got to make it again. You've got to, whoa, wrong way. But there's also, I'd say, even more stress sometimes with, trying to decide what to make, trying to estimate what might sell, what color should I make everything in, and this and that, so. But as far as shapes that I enjoy, like, I do enjoy making bottle shapes. And I might actually make some of those today or tomorrow, because I need to make some more potion bottles. But, like oil bottles, like something with like a wider body and a narrow neck. I just enjoy that shape. It's a challenge. Well, Mandy said the word ghost. It was in relation to Ghostbusters. But does it count? Does it count? Do we need to hydrate? So every time someone mentions the movie Ghost, we have a command that says you have to stop and take a drink of what you're doing, of whatever you have at hand. There we go. I don't know if Mandy on YouTube can see it, but we have a command that says, "Sing Unchained Melody and take a shot." Someone has invoked the wrath of Swayze. Because at one point, like, almost, it seemed like every other comment was the same thing. So, something about Ghost. But with the popularity of the Great Pottery Throwdown, we don't get that as much anymore. Oh, you say making something from my hands for someone that could last their whole life and even beyond if they care for it must be an awesome experience. You know what? I enjoy it. And I enjoy the repetition of it. I know some people like that's something they don't look forward to or they dread it. Like some people are like, oh, like I could never make this, you know, the 10 of the same thing at a time. That's just not fun for some people, but for me it's very, very relaxing. Well, so what comments do you get a lot of? If you say it, you'll have to drink. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, you said it though. Okay, I gotta take another drink. Rules are rules. Everyone hydrate. Whoever did the stream art did a wonderful job. Thank you. We have our emotes and our like starting and be right back screens are all done by Baban Illustration. And then Wonder Hamster put together all the overlays. Wonder Hamster being my husband Daniel. Okay, I think this is number 28 so far. Yeah, I'm actually, I am measuring these. I'm using a guide I've got set up in OBS to measure the height. And then I did it again! I cut through the bottom. I just missed. It's better than to do it now and see it happen rather than like cut through once it's already dry. Or not notice it until it's dry. There we go. Much better. So I'm usually on like early mid-afternoon, especially if I'm throwing, because I like to get things get forms made up and let them dry a bit so I can assemble them same day. Mandy, well, thank you. So you're glad you stopped by. Yeah, me too. Really, it can be any day of the week. We do not have a strict set schedule. It's like this past weekend we were gone for a show, so I haven't streamed for like a week, and now I'll make some stuff, and then we'll have another show next weekend. So it is sometimes random, but when I'm on like and doing a good production run, sometimes it can be every day in the afternoons. Need to get back to doing like some mornings on the weekend. Tech Angel said, "You always love being here. It's a constant sense of calm and sometimes production when you're drawing. Production for you when you're drawing while I throw things. Yes, and that's what I enjoy most about the Twitch community, creative community. Is we get to kind of work together and share our ideas and bounce our creative energies off of one another. That's something that you lose when you are not in a group setting, like in formal education." Alright, so we have 30. 30 of these. I I need to check and see exactly how many of these handles I have. That'll tell me how many of this size I need to make. Whoa! You sold 6 mugs and a pitcher, all the different people? Nice. Mandy, you watch and listen to a ton of what is called body doubling videos. I didn't know what that was. It's a video to play in the background for people on the spectrum to stay motivated. Like if you need like the extra noise. Oh no, okay, it's a little activity. So if you need to wash dishes, someone will upload them also doing the dishes. Okay, I see that. So it's very similar to how like we feel motivated when we see someone else working. That gives us the motivation to do that ourselves, you know. Oops, we're not focused. We've lost focus. Well, I think we're close enough there. I'm just gonna cut this off. Come on. Sometimes, like, that will help it adjust. Ah, there we go. Otherwise, I have to just refresh the camera. Yes, your point. The chore doesn't matter, but just someone working beside you keeps you on task and the rhythm going. Yep. Yeah, our streams are like that. You feel you like being in the company of other people, everybody doing their own thing, but not necessarily talking. It is comforting, yeah. It's a companionable silence. Which is something that is torturous for my husband, because he is someone who talks a lot. He's one that he has to like speak everything that thought that comes into his head. Yes, Wonder Hamster. Yeah, right. Wonder Hamster said he's like, I don't get that from him. Yeah, but Mandy's talking to us on YouTube. It's like going to a coffee shop and bringing your laptop for work. You love it. Yeah, and like I remember like during the pandemic, there was a lot of the videos of like background noise because people were so used to having, other people around and the background noise of other people working and doing that those type of videos or just recorded sounds were popular for helping people, focus and stay on task when working from home. He is my husband. He is my emotional support extrovert. His name is Wonder Hamster, so I did get him a shirt one time that says emotional support hamster. And he wears it proudly. But he is, we call him my emotional support extrovert because I am perfectly fine to sit here and be the pottery cave troll and never leave my dwelling. Being the crazy lady sitting talking to her cats. Really, like the coffee house streams will quite literally play like dish clattering. Is that what you said? There you go, Tech Angel. Pull us up on YouTube as well. That way you can see all the chat. Whoop, that's splattered everywhere. Yes, the hamster befriended the cave troll. Yes. Sounds like a children's story to be written. Nat Kisa, hello, good afternoon. A fluffy hamster and a troll that went on many adventures together. Yeah, we'll see. Now we're getting on into Minsk and Boo territory. Can I launch the Wonder Hamster through the air as a shield? We have several illustrations of our Wonder Hamster. Do we have them all, like, readily accessible? Because we had to redo everything at one point. No, we just have the starting stream and the Be Right Back. Actually, is there a Wonder Hamster? Are you on the Be Right Back screen? I'm going to put it up for a second. Let's see. No, I think it was only on, I know he was on the Halloween screen, but I don't have that up here anymore. Because we did a Halloween screen that was very, like, Bewitched-esque, like the TV show. And it was, like the opening of Bewitched, where I was on a, flying a broom with all my cats. And I had a little hamster in my hat. Hey, Tacky Corgi. Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome everybody and happy Friday. I'm proud that I remembered what day it was. Tacky Corky, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just trying to make it a bit more muggy in here. Oh, Mandy, you have a corgi? A corgi named Ollie. We just have 8 cats. Though only one of them has shown their face back here today. Oh, Tacky Corgi said you'd like to get a Corgi one day. Say I assumed you already had one. All right, we've got 36 so far. Yep, so many. We have 2 at the shop and then 6 at the house. You have 2 cats and a Corgi? Tacky Corgi, you don't have one, but you are the Corgi. There you go. Oh, you have a 15-year-old? Yes, your old man kitty is named Laszlo. 15. Yep, we just lost our old man cat who was 17 years old. He was our original studio cat. Tacky Corgi, yes, we lost Kiba. Not too long ago, just a couple months ago. It was like February or March. It was, so he ended up, like, we've been taking him to the vet because he's 17 years old and he was moving really slow, but he didn't have any serious issues. He had a stroke. He just had a stroke. So it just hit him all at once. Just old age, nothing else. You know, we've had cats that had, you know, really bad, you know, kidney failure, stuff like that, but oh, so named him from a character from Real Genius. Like, you know, it has been so long since I've seen that. I wouldn't remember. Right, yeah, Mandy, he was spoiled rotten, that cat. Oh, you've got a girl cat named Freya. That's perfect. Our female cat we have here is Minnie, but her name is Minerva. And you know, we've had her for 8 years. Or I mean, we had her for less than that, but she's about 8 years old. But yeah, because she was just a stray that came up, but we named her that. I named her after Professor McGonagall at the time, because Minerva McGonagall. But then realized that Minerva is also the god of art and war. So that was also fitting. And yes, and after we named her, she continued the theme by actually having her kittens in the closet under the stairs. Really, Order of the Phoenix is your favorite movie of all time. My favorite of the books and the movie was Azkaban. That is seriously cool. But alright, how many do I have here? I need to count. Okay, that is 40. I'm going to do 45 of this size. You know, I don't know that I've ever taken a formal test, but I do, I like Ravenclaw. That's what I always, like, identify with. Wonder Hamster is a Slytherin. All right, serious question now. I have been making the potion bottles for a while and putting different medallions on them. We have, the past couple of shows, we've made several of the Cusco's potion with a little llama on it. And I was thinking about making a Cusco's potion mug. But should it be a regular mug, or should it be like one of the mana potion bottles? Or something different? Like, I don't know if it would be like as popular as a mug as it is as a potion bottle, but I'd like to make a couple. See, the cauldron shapes, yeah, I thought about that, but I do so many of the cauldrons already. That's the health shape. So in the slideshow, there's going to be a group of mugs that are health, mana, and stamina. So those are the kind of the 3 alternate shapes that I make. This is the mana, and so this is one that I was thinking about for making the Cusco potion. So you think the cauldron would be better? So there's some potion bottles. So that's 45. This one is going to be a yarn bowl, because I have a custom order for a small yarn bowl with a phrase on it. I think it's the Serenity logo is what we're going to be putting on this one. Maybe not that one. Now I can probably fix this. There we go. Which one, which potion is that? I do, for Harry Potter, I do the Liquid Luck, the Felix, that I can never pronounce. I do a Skelliglow and then Polyjuice. We do a mana, health, and stamina. A Poor Unfortunate Souls. A Gummy Berry Juice, and super old school, I do a Love Potion number 9. And then like one with a little skull and crossbones on it. Alright, so we have small yarn bowl. That's it. And then once it dries a bit, we'll add the yarn bowl hook. Felicis. Okay. Oh yeah, another one I've done is we do like tears of my players or tears of my enemies in a potion bottle, and we have those as mugs as well. And as we are at the end of the school year, we do have the tears of my students as a thoughtful teacher gift. Oh, that's the love spell. Okay. Okay, so this one is going to be a travel mug. Hopefully it will be a travel mug. All right, let's see how tall this is. I can't even see. All right. So the initial pull is tall enough. Turn that down a little bit. There we go. Need something to trim this off with. Make it level. And then this needs to come to a point because I have some silicone travel mug lids that fit on top of it, but still have to measure it pretty precisely. Okay, that's good. Is there water in there? No, I got the water out already. All right, now I'm going to adjust my guide for this one. Okay. Hey, Tech. Good afternoon. Yeah, sometimes these travel mugs take a little bit longer to make just because they're it's a more complex form. It's not as forgiving as some of the others. Let's get the water out of there. Get this to a sharper point, and then work on the shape a little bit, and then measure the rim. That's good. And if it's got just a tiny bit of a wobble on top where it's not perfectly even, that's something that instead of trying to fix it now, I'll just like sand it down later to make it nice and even. Oh no, Mandy. So like when you saw Deathly Hallows Part 1 in the theater, you ended up missing the last 30 minutes of the movie because you went to the bathroom. But then you couldn't find your seat on the way back. Oh no. Yeah, we went, we have seen the first 3 movies played with the symphony orchestra because we're close to Nashville, Tennessee, and they, I know a lot of places do it, but they had their movie series. Well, they'll have the symphony playing the music while they watch the movie, and I saw the first 3 Harry Potters, and I've also seen Fantasia like that. Have we seen others? I know this year they're doing Princess Bride, which would be a good one too. Now, I'd like to do 20 of these travel mugs. We'll see if I can get that far.
A la República Dominicana, la casa del merengue y la casa de la bachata. Voy a cantar esta canción con mucho cariño de mi corazón. A la República Dominicana, la casa del merengue y la casa de la bachata. La, 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 la casa del merengue. La, 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 y la casa de la bachata. Música, 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 te traigo música, música, música. Música de la República. Ajá.
I think I'm finally wiped some of the numbers away. Because clay is abrasive. Need to find my metal ruler. Or just make notches in it so I know what size I need to go to. You're getting hand cramps just watching? No, actually, no. That happens more when I'm glazing because I'm holding the pots at awkward angles or holding my glaze tongs or constantly just doing a lot of twisting. With this, it's very, very low intensity actions. It's more just holding my hands a certain way and I'm not using a lot of force. If anything, did I cut that off? Yes. If anything, like I use more like shoulder. I use my shoulders more than anything else. So like when I'm throwing and centering is probably when I put the most force on anything. I'm pushing downward, but then I'm pushing from the sides, and that's using the muscles in your shoulders more than your arms or your elbows or your wrists or anything. And that's what causes a lot of the repetitive motion injuries like carpal tunnel and such. But by using your shoulders more than your arms, it kind of protects from that. And I was taught to throw this way by someone who had carpal tunnel, and they were able to relieve some of the pain by changing some of the motions they were using. Now, getting into this kind of repetitive rhythm is, I don't know if that I would call it energizing, but it kind of feels like that. Now, when I stop, I'm going to be tired, but it's not something that where I feel dragged down while I'm doing this. What is flying around here? There's a thing. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to make this a bit narrower if I can. Let's see if I can do this despite having a band-aid on my thumb. Yeah, we're good. It's like the only time like this thumb like does anything is when I'm coloring it in. Come on in. There we go. Let's get that to a point. Let's get some of the water out of here. Okay. Well, that one's a little bit taller than it needs to be. Let's trim this one a little bit. Okay, much better. Oh yeah, we have all kinds of Lord of the Rings stuff. The most popular are, like always, the Prancing Pony and the Green Dragon. I could say across any type of show that we do, because we do art shows, we do pop culture events, and we do like the Yarny shows. Across everything, like Lord of the Rings is still like popular everywhere we go. You have Outlander, and then it's not all on the website yet, but we do have but the ACOTAR stuff is on the website. But Fourth Wing, I don't think it's all on there yet. But, so we're and then we have more just like book themed things, not for like a specific book, but just like book themes in general. Like we have one that says Bookworm. It has a dragon on it. It says Bookworm. Bookworm, actually. Or when I think about books, I touch my shelf. I have no shelf control. Stuff like that. Because I love to read. If you have suggestions, I'm always looking for new series to get into, because I listen to a lot of audiobooks while I'm working, because, you know, I can't really hold a book with my hands while I'm here, so I listen to the audiobooks. And so it's, while, like, you know, I have monitors, I have stuff back here where I could watch TV or movies if I wanted to while I was working, but it ends up always, like, being that I never get to watch them, because I will listen to things, but if I try to watch something while I'm working, I end up watching it and not working, you know. So but with an audiobook, I can listen and then just let my hands do what they need to. So that's the I consume more like audiobook media than really anything else. Saucy Vixen, yes. Like the ACOTAR books, like I had not heard of them until someone, like I had multiple people at different times like order this quote on a mug, and I had never, and so I realized it was a book quote, so I looked it up to see what it was all about, and it was the A Court of Thorn and Roses by Sarah J. Maas. I have not read the entire series. No, I have not. I read the first book, and then I could not get through the second book. Have you? I will say, and because I've going to lots of different shows and talking to people about these books, I've realized what it is that I didn't like about it. Because some people devour them, and they are, you know, wonderful. They are romantasy. They are a romance novel with a little bit of fantasy and world building. So as long as you go into it looking at it from that perspective, then you know what to expect. And in the second book, like, I think I was enjoying the world building and the story more than I got so annoyed with the what I consider like the teenage romance tropes that I just got annoyed with it and couldn't finish it. So, but there's so many of them, like I could just give another one a try. They're an intro series to the smutty books. Ooh, stay with me now. Getting a bit wobbly there. But I kind of like, I feel like she did for fantasy specifically what Diana Gabaldon did with Outlander for the general romance genre. Is like Outlander fits into several different genres, not just romance, but the first book is largely an action adventure romance novel, but she wrote all of those things into one book, and she kind of elevated the romance genre into saying, okay, yeah, this can be a very good story. And I believe that she kind of set the tone for, someone like Sarah J. Maas to come along and say, okay, I'm going to write a fantasy book with a strong romance, plot. And it's getting a lot of people into the fantasy genre. Mandy, you love the Ashfall trilogy by Mike Mullen. I've not heard of that one. Take Angel, that's what happened to you with Fourth Wing. You saw the cover and thought it was young adult. No one told you what it was until it was too late. Yeah. And I actually, I was listening to, an author talk about what the romantasy genre actually is, and it's kind of like gave me, it felt good and bad, but they were saying that it came out of all of the young adult renaissance in young adult writing that happened in the 2000s and 2010s. There was so much good storytelling that came out of that people wanted that type of, people were introduced to that type of storytelling, but they wanted more adult themes. So out comes the romantasy type genre with a lot of fantasy themes, but with also more adult themes. And they said it's technically called, instead of young adult, it's called new adult, because it's aimed at, people in their 20s and 30s. I understand that. What made me kind of feel sad was that it was they said, yeah, part of the genre itself is why a lot of the books get accidentally categorized into young adult is because of the cover art and of basically the writing level. It's like a young adult writing level with adult themes. Or a young adult reading level with adult themes. And sometimes I've heard that also called, the junk food of literature, things that are, easy to devour. Vixen, you have some recommendations with good world building. Oh, yeah. I'd love to hear them. And I feel like Fourth Wing, I've not read it, but I've learned a lot about it. And so I feel like I should at least read it to say that I have read it. But like, it's a school theme, right? Because it's a war college. So Mandy, you have yet to read Outlander, but you've watched the series. I'm always going to say the books are wonderful and they're better. The TV show does a really good job of having the portraying the sense of the story, but you get, if you want more detail, then the books are huge and they are full of so much more detail. So we've got some book recommendations here. We have Wilder Wood Duology by Hannah Witten. Rachel Gellig, The Shepherd King. Yeah, these are ones I haven't heard of. So I like magical systems, like fantasy world building. So, and then like I go between, fantasy and then just like cozy murder mysteries. Zio the Meek, or Zlo the Meek, hello. We're doing pretty good. You said you weren't able to throw for like 3 weeks because of pain. Oh no, like arm, wrist, back? And you tried to throw again and you've lost all your skills. No. I know sometimes when you've not thrown for a while, your first try is like that first pancake. You have to just toss it and get back into the groove of things. Legendborn by Tracy Dion. And Mandy says there's a book called Ashfall. It's about a supervolcano erupting in Yellowstone and covering the world in ash and becoming dark. And a teenage boy's story to find his family in the new world. If you like post-apocalyptic type things, like has anybody read Seven Eves? And I also like a good time travel novel. The Chronicles of St. Mary's is a wonderful series because it's like action, adventure, and humor, and time travel to talk about, historical events. Oh, you're all right, Vixen. Hey, Yarnia. Oh, you just Zlo, you just finished the third book in the series? of Legendborn, but now you're mad at the author because she just thought it was a cliffhanger. Oh no. Oh no, Yarny, I said you've not been able to read a full sentence there because you're so tired. You started a new cardigan with the wrong needle size. Oh no. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, you need sleep. Yes, I rated you yesterday, and then like my internet crapped out, so I wasn't able to like talk at all. Like I could hear, but then I could not chat for some reason. I was having problems. I'll have to look up the Gilded series too. Yeah, on cliffhangers, like, so I was, I was a huge fan of that Diana Gabaldon books, Outlander books, before it was a TV show, and I remember, like, going to, like, a meet and greet with her and her talking about the next book that came out. It was, actually, I forget how many there are now. It was, like, 2 books ago, but, like, she kind of wrapped up a lot of the storylines that she had been working on at the end of this one book, and so when people would talk to her, they would say, "Oh, I'm love the way you wrapped up the series. What are you doing next?" And she'd be like, "I'm still writing. It's not done." So she says she swore after that to never end a book on a resolution. Like everything was going to be on a cliffhanger after that, just so people would know that she's still writing. That there is more to come. You were cataloging your new magic deck. You heard about Legendborn and you had to come back to semi-lurking, yes. And if you feel like it, tell us what your magic deck is. Because I honestly haven't seen like some of the newer cards. I haven't even. Is the dragon set out? Esper Zombies. There you go. We've been busy, so I think the set is out, but I haven't looked at the new dragon set. So what's the blue in the zombies? Esper Zombies? What's blue in there? I always think of zombies as mono black. Maybe spirits? Mill, yes. The book by Cormac McCarthy, The Road. Okay, there you go. An emotionally difficult read, but a great book nonetheless. Yeah, I can only handle a couple of those at a time. Like, let me refresh this if I can. Like, I got on a kick of reading a bunch of, like, stories about women spies in World War II. And those don't tend to be very happy books. They're, like, extremely interesting and like, gripping, but they're not happy stories, so I have to, like, space those out. The Commander's blue, and then there's some wizards that create zombies. Ah! I guess zombies over the years can either splash blue or green. Yeah, we are going to be exhibiting at Origins and Gen Con this year, so I hope to be able to do something at Origins Magic related. Like play a draft or something. It usually coincides with like a pre-release or a release, so. But I haven't checked the dates this year. Spooky say Magic was fun for a bit, but you're so bad at it. I can't say I'm good at it, but I enjoy it. Ghost Mandy, are you like intentionally trying to get everyone to hydrate? All right, everybody, take another drink. There we go. Need a command for a stretch. Yes, we have that in, there is a Twitch command for a stretch, or you can use your channel points. There we go. Spook just redeemed the stretch, which is a good time. We've got an ad break going on Twitch, so it is a good time for a good stretch. I'm standing, so I'm just moving around, and then the shoulders. All right, let's see. This needs to be trimmed up a little bit. So, Mandy and Spook, thank you for the reminders there. Need another one. Come on. Here we go. bring that to a point. All right, let's see. Where'd my ruler go? Did it fall into the black hole that is the behind my... Yes, it did. I see it sticking out. Let's see if I can reach it down there. Make sure this is off. For supper tonight, I think we are grilling. We've got some chicken and steak to grill and then some veggies. I think that is the plan. Alright, I think I can reach it now. Ha! See, I didn't even need the ruler. Save you a plate, yeah. Now I've got broccoli and squash and mushrooms and potatoes. Oh, we're a little bit wobbly here. Let's see if we can finish this pull. There we go. Cheeky Crafts, hey, thank you for the raid. So Webb, welcome, welcome. Crazy Crafter and Cheeky Crafts. Thank you guys so much for the raid and welcome. Happy Friday. We were talking about supper plans. So you haven't had a steak since last year. You know, I am not like a huge fan of steak, so I tend to do like chicken or something else or just veggies. Hey, Cheeky Crafts, what were you working on today? How was your stream? Thank you for bringing in all of your crafty people. The more the merrier. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, look while you get something to eat. Gotta like, see what time it is here. Okay. Okay. Got the water out of there, and it looks good. All right, how many of these do I have? We had 12. Let's see if I can do 8 more. Oh, come on. Alright, it's alright. It's good. It's not dead. Just gonna make that a thin edge, and we should be okay. 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 Do I play a lot of games on my own time? If I do I have a favorite? The games that I get to play, like, I don't play video games. I like playing Magic, but I don't get to play it very often. When I do now, it's more often than not on Arena, which is kind of one of the online versions of the game. And that's Magic the Gathering, the card game. But I also, I like board games, so there's I like getting on Board Game Arena. And I like getting together with real people and playing board games together, but again, we don't get to do that all that often. No, I'm probably the only Twitch streamer who doesn't play video games. I hold that honor. You're waiting for the cube to come back around. Maybe I did one of those. I don't remember if I actually got to do that or not. Keep saying we want to make our own cube just to have and play with. Need to remember what I'm making here. I haven't been pulling this as tall as I needed to. You have 3 cubes, but only ever drafted 1. What's a good place to look for a cube deck list? Because we have people that would play something like that with us, but not necessarily. They don't have the interest in buying their own cards and stuff. Oh no. Cube Cobra. Okay, I'll have to look that up. Because we have tons of cards. So surely we could put something together. Now I've lost my little cutter tool. I know it's got to be right here somewhere. It's just everything is clay colored. There we go. Okay, it's a bit too wide. Let's see if we can do that. Okay. You like Rummy Cube for a board game? I don't know that I've played Rummy Cube specifically. Though I do like Rummy and all the versions of Rummy that are kind of like Phase 10 and stuff like that. When I think of Rummy, I think of my grandmother and her sister playing cards with my grandmother and her sister. There's no holding back with that. There's people sometimes wonder where I learned to be so cutthroat in games and stuff like that. It's like you play with your grandmother and your great aunt. Yeah, some of the board games we like we haven't actually played Settlers of Catan in a while, but that was one of the feeder games, that Ticket to Ride. I play that on my phone some. I like the worker placement type games. I like Lords of Waterdeep. We play a game called Tapestry, which is similar. And there are a lot of games that have a draft mechanic similar to Magic. Like there's one called Seven Wonders. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think so we've got a show next weekend that is a fiber show, but the next two shows we're doing are gaming events, tabletop gaming events, Origins and Gen Con. Oops. Almost lost it. Almost. Okay. Oh yeah, the music reminds you of being in a Barnes and Noble. I don't even see what we're on right now, but I have it's like a jazzy, bluesy, non-copyright list of just background music. It's like I can hear it, but just barely because I've got fans and stuff going in here. All right, right now we have 16 travel mugs. All right, that's a good width. I'm gonna maybe flesh this out a little bit more. There we go. Okay. All right, we have 18 of these now. We're moving right along. So we'll do 2 more. Friendly reminder, yes, Mother's Day is Sunday. Maybe. There we go. All right, let's get the water out of here and measure this one. I don't want to mess with it so much that I destroy it. All right, this will be the last one of the travel mugs, hopefully. I probably just jinxed it. I haven't lost any of these yet. Mandy, you're here keeping us company as you make breakfast for dinner. Breakfast supper. I haven't done that in a while. Ooh, biscuits and gravy. I haven't actually made gravy in a while. If I'm doing breakfast stuff, I tend to go for more sweets than savory. All right. It's good enough for me. That's number 20. You make lots of gravies and sauces. I have made sausage gravy, and I actually had biscuits and gravy this morning because we went out for breakfast, and they asked if I wanted sausage gravy. I'm like, well, yes, but what are the other options? And I'm like, surely they don't do red eye gravy, but they did a bacon gravy. All right, now what I'm making right now is a soup bowl. I have make the soup bowls out of the same amount of clay as the travel mugs, and I have a order for a custom soup bowl. So you can put any graphic on a soup bowl if it will fit, because the soup bowls don't have as much space as the other pieces. But this is a soup bowl where they want 2 handles, so I said I can do that. Has anybody ever eaten like red eye gravy? Bacon gravy sounds rich too, but like that's what my mother grew up eating. I don't know that I've ever actually had red eye gravy. Well, I should. But it's country ham drippings and coffee. Probably should have made the base a little bit wider. Chocolate, no, I'm familiar with chocolate gravy, yes. Did you say you were in Arkansas? I was like, wait, I just learned recently that was like an Ozark Mountains thing, like chocolate gravy, like that's where you find it the most, and that it's always been something that my father's family did, and they are from the Ozarks. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, because I had never heard of it anywhere outside of my father's family until I was an adult. All right. All right, now for some 10-ounce mugs. We'll see how many of these I can make. So this is going to be the same as the original mugs I was making, but smaller. So it's it will hold 10 ounces versus the 20 ounces of the bigger one. And these, the smaller shape is what I cut in half to make my glaze samples. Let's measure this. Reset the guide. All right, that's tall enough. Okay. Your parents, yeah, because we're in Kentucky, yes. Your parents went to the Maker's Mark Distillery, yeah. So these go a little bit faster. The first time you saw your dad tipsy was like when he was after he'd gotten some of the Kentucky bourbon. Yeah, seeing the barrels was an awesome experience. Oh yeah. We have just across the border in Tennessee is where Jack Daniels is. We say in Tennessee they call it whiskey. In Kentucky it's called bourbon. But our retail shop down in Nashville, like, it shares the building with a Jack Daniels retail gift shop, but they have a ton of barrels, branded barrels you can buy if you want to. Let's see, I need to get some tiles. Yeah, you can buy the barrels, and you can, like, there's so many people that make things out of the whiskey or bourbon barrel wood. Like, one of the artists in our shop makes the wood-turned ink pens out of the staves of the barrels. And you got coasters and just so many different things. Some people make full furniture and benches and chairs and tables and stuff out of it. Yeah, end tables, shelves. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Almost lost it. So, what's my favorite visit out of the state? You mean, like, are you asking what would I recommend in Kentucky? If so, then, like, in Kentucky, like, I highly recommend Mammoth Cave. There's, like, so many natural things, natural sites and state parks to visit in Kentucky, and that's one that's close to us. And it's one that, like, I haven't been to in a while, and I tend to only go there now when, like, showing other people, you know. But Mammoth Cave, you've got all the different tours you can go on, but there is like so much you can just do for free. You can just walk around. There's like kayaking tours, canoe and kayaking, we've done those. And you've got all the different trails and such you can go on over in the eastern part of the state. Oh, out of state, out of the state, okay. Where's my favorite place to visit out of Kentucky? That is hard. We've actually been on very few just vacations. Like, we travel a lot for shows, so we sometimes will, like, tag on an extra day after a show to see, you know, to go sightseeing or do something. We always just enjoy going up to Chicago because there's so much to do up there. And there's several places that I just haven't visited that I want to go, but we have... we got to spend like half a day at the Grand Canyon, so I can say I've been there. We've been up to Northern California to the to see the giant redwoods. The redwoods are on your bucket list, yeah. And I don't know that we actually made it to the official Redwood Park because it's huge. Because we drove up from San Francisco one day because we had a show out there. We did get to go to Yellowstone. We've been out there we were there in the winter, so it was a very unique experience that I didn't realize at the time because there was very few other people there, and the only way we could get into the parks was on snowmobile. So we went on a snowmobiling tour. But let's see, there's a special place in my heart for the touristy things like Disney World. I have been to Disneyland once. But Disney is special to me because I did an internship there, so I worked at Disney World for a while, and that's how me and Daniel met. So that's kind of special to both of us. But we haven't been since before the pandemic. Like, there's just so many places that I can say that I've been, but we haven't gotten to do a whole lot because it's usually been like a work vacation. Oh yeah, your parents were born in California, so your mom in San Diego and your dad in Riverside, so they used to go, your mom used to go to the Redwood Forest all the time growing up in the 80s. Oh, nice. See, that's kind of how we are with Mammoth Cave. Like, when me and Daniel were dating and when we first were married, like, his mom lived in that same county, so lived really close, so we would just go up there and walk around in the Mammoth Cave Park. So we spent a lot of time just up there because it was something you could do for free, and they had like curated trails and Adirondack Earthenware. Hello. Good afternoon. So I'm just working on some mugs where we're making it a bit muggy in here. These are my 10-ounce mugs, so kind of the smaller version. Yeah, welcome. It's awesome seeing another Potter live. Yes. So I could tell by your name that maybe you do pottery. What type of work do you do? I'm just working on some orders. I don't even know how many I have so far today. We have 77 so far. Mandy says you've been talking my ear off, but I appreciate the conversation prompts, because I tend to sometimes just get caught up in the repetitive motions in the groove of what I'm doing and just kind of zone out. So I appreciate you. I think we can get to 100 today. If I'm at... If that was 77, then we're close to 80 here. Oh, really? So you and Adirondack are in a pottery circle of many potteries like Swan City. You all support each other and talk all the time. Nice. So Adirondack, are you up in New York? Whoa, you make all your pieces on a kick wheel and then fire in an oil drum. Nice. So is it like, do you do raku, or is it more of a like a pit fire? Yeah, so what platform brings everybody together? Do you all like stream? It's like my main stream is Twitch. That's what I've been doing the longest. In the past few years, we've started multi-streaming on, you know, Facebook and YouTube and such. Yeah, there's a company that I used to work with, like a yarn shop company that was they called themselves Adirondack Yarns. So I don't know if you know them. I don't remember if they do a brick and mortar. They might. But yeah, I do a show up in Rhinebeck, New York every year in the fall in October. Whoops, are we frozen? Nope, it's good. You got a gas kiln last year, so you certainly could do some raku. Okay, so that's 79. So we've only got 21 more if I'm going to get to 100. Only 21 more. That doesn't sound that bad, does it? That doesn't sound as daunting as making 100 pieces. Okay, Rhinebeck is 4 hours away. Okay. Oh yeah, biscuits and gravy are important. All right, there's 80. That was 83. Brother Grimma, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the studio. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Friday's almost done. 'Tis almost the weekend. $85. See, this is the point where I'm like, I'm almost done. I could just cut it short. Well, let's keep going. Spook, we have 85 pieces. Hopefully this one will be 86. Lost traveling, you're good. Adirondack, you threw 100 pots for 100 subs on the kick wheel. That sounds like it'd be intense. Is it like a kick, like oh gosh, what's the name of the standard kick wheels you see? Is it Brent? Not Brent. Maybe it's Bryant. I don't know. Anyway, oh, Stewart. Stewart. Do you have a Stewart kick wheel where you actually are kicking the wheel, or is it more like a treadle wheel? Because I learned on a treadle wheel. That's what we had when I was way back when I was in school. We had like one electric wheel that was used for the advanced students. So anybody who wanted to learn learned on a treadle wheel. What was removed because of spam? Was it something like, was the stream removed? It has the large concrete flywheel you have to kick. Whoa. So do you have like one leg that is stronger than the other? All right, we have 87. So you use your right, but you're able to pull the wheel with your left foot to keep it in motion. Okay, so you use both. I have to see how you're actually supposed to do that. Because with the treadle, you only have to use one leg, but you're not having to use all that much force. It's more just like a pump back and forth. Oh, you can't put in links as if you're on YouTube. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Adirondack goes live on Mondays on YouTube. Yeah, I have to look all this up. $88. Now I've got a lot of my handles and some of the medallions I need to put these things together. So once these dry, I should just be able to start assembling things. And it all depends on the weather sometimes, on how humid it is. Though today feels like it's been fairly dry. More so than yesterday. Oh, your wheel? It was built by a ceramics class at the University of Vermont before COVID. When they reopened the studios, they got rid of a lot of the equipment for free, and you were able to get the kick wheel. Nice. They also had massive bats of reclaim that was abandoned, so you got a ton of it. You call it your COVID clay. Yeah. Yeah, so I have a kick wheel like what you're talking about, and I got it kind of the same way when I graduated. Well, finally, when I was graduating, the ceramics department was updating to get a bunch of electric wheels, so they were selling off all of the, at auction, all the old equipment, and so I got my Stewart wheel for $15. COVID clay, all moldy, yes. Perfect for throwing. Yeah, we paid a whole lot more for the U-Haul to haul that thing away because they're so heavy. Woo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Foreign object. All right, let's say a few kind words for this poor piece of sponge that made it into the pug mill. Well, I think the rest of this will be okay. Just smooth that out. So I go through a lot of reclaim. Because, all my scraps from throwing we just put back in the pug mill, and then, of course, the scraps from the water bucket here, and sometimes I'll forget to take my sponge out, and it'll end up in the reclaim and going through the pug mill. The sponges are the things that are the most harmless that can fall into the reclaim bucket. We've got zip ties here. We've got, sometimes we'll have metal or wood bits find their way in there. Pieces and parts of the pointy tools or nuts and bolts. Oh yeah, and I will. It's like thinking they say a steal at $15. It really was. It was one of those situations where nobody wanted to try to move the thing, and so we got it cheap. Which is how we've gotten some of our equipment. Like most of the things I have in the studio are used. And the kilns that I have Olympic kilns. And I have two of them that I have are really big ovals, and I got them fairly cheap because they were so huge. They have to be directly wired into your they have to have their own breaker and stuff, and so most people it's not a casual purchase because you have to have a dedicated space to put it. So, the bigger the kiln, sometimes the cheaper it's going to be because you've got to have a place to put it. So, It's the really small kilns that get super expensive because everybody wants them. But the government auctions, like for a lot of like school equipment and stuff, if you look on govdeals.com, like I talk about GovDeals all the time, it is a great place to just get lost for a little bit. But it's government surplus, and you can search by your area, you can search by, you know, category. You can buy anything from a school bus to a 5-pound box of scissors. I mean, it is so much stuff. But there's a lot of like Pottery Wheels old kilns and stuff that you'll find from school surplus or you know, community center redoing things. Well, Mandy, is there an official link to the group, or is it just like you have to find one person and know? Talking about there's at least 8 people you can think of on top of the top of your head that are potters in this community circle. But yeah, I'd love to check it out. Well, we now have 91. So we're getting there. We're getting closer. $92. 93. Are we full time? Yes. Yes, so we're fortunate enough to say that this is mine and my husband's full-time job. We do a lot of wholesale, as well as we have our online website, and then we travel to physical shows to sell things and set up a booth, which we just got back from one this past weekend. And then for the past couple of years, we have had a retail location in downtown Nashville, featuring our work and some other local artist works. So we do a little bit of everything, not just one thing. The only thing I don't really do anymore is like teach classes, because we're in a very small rural area. So it's not really worth a dedicated space here to do classes, though I have in the past. I know, yeah, we got cheerleaders. Thank you, Mandy. We're getting there. Oh no, your first and only market so far was an absolute nightmare. No. Yeah, this last one we were at, like, it's a really good show, and even if it rains, people come out. But, like, we ended up having hail, only for about a half hour, but still, it was hail. It looked like somebody like poured out, a cooler of ice around the booth. Nope, everybody walked away safe. There was a lot of muddy things, but we didn't lose anything. Luckily, our stuff can withstand water. So we have 95. We're getting there. Five more to go. Final countdown. The pots were not damaged. No, it was so incredibly sweet, but also funny because, like, the storm, it was like a severe thunderstorm. They just like popped up right above us. So most of the day we had, clear, maybe not clear skies, but it was a nice sunny day. And this little rain cloud popped up above us, and started like one of those that was like a torrential downpour for just a half hour, and then it was done. But it was that plus the hail, so it was super intense. But it didn't take that long. But people were, kind of stranded, just waiting it out in our booth with us. And as it got worse and worse, people started helping, like, hold things down and move things out of the way. And when it started hailing, like, I turned around and looked at the front of the booth, and there were two people with their umbrellas out, not protecting themselves, but holding their umbrellas over the pots that were at the front of the booth so they wouldn't get hit by the hail. I'm like, you know, these are my people. Oh no, you lost your tent. No, flipped over the fence, scratched a hood. It rolled. Whoa. You got cleaned up and stuck through the rest of the market, but that's not a good experience. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. It has you fearful of doing another, but your goal this year is to do at least one market. Yeah. Well, I guess now you know to bring some more weights. But even like so this show is one that you can like you don't have to bring your own tent. Like they suggest and recommend that they have someone come put up tents throughout the festival, a professional. So like the stakes for our tent were something that like had to be put in with a sledgehammer. Like it's not one of those little bitty stakes you can get at the store that we would normally use. So like I knew the tent probably wasn't going to go anywhere, but it was just all the stuff, you know, all the sides and all the things around it. Like if it had been a tent that we had, you know, put down ourselves, I might have been more worried. And you had 40 pounds on the legs too, yeah. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Yeah, do an indoor event so you can get comfortable doing the whole sales thing. Yeah, there's only a total of 3 shows now that we do that are outdoors. And that's just because they're such good shows, and one of them is more like in a barn than really, you know, outdoor, where we have to set up our own tent. But most of the ones we do are like indoor in convention centers or something. They can be a little more expensive to do because you're paying for the convenience of being inside. We just got accepted into a it's called the Christmas Village event. It's in Nashville, so it's going to be a local show for us. But I heard a lot of good things about it, so I applied and immediately got in. So we'll see how it goes. But it's in November, and I don't know if we've ever had a show in November. $97. Oh, the disastrous event. It was free, so it only took your pride. Well, that's something. All right. Sing it with me now. 99 freshly thrown mugs on the cart. 99 freshly thrown mugs. It's 99% muggy in here. It's the final mug. Whew. All right. It is done. We have 100 mugs. Actually, what we have 99 mugs in one soup bowl, but we have 100 things. $100 things. And this is our bag full of scraps from 100 mugs. We did not lose any. We did not have a single claytality. Whew. Well, thank you guys so much for keeping me company while I got all that done. Mandy and Adirondack, I enjoyed talking with you. I'm going to have to look up everybody that you mentioned. I'm going to see who I can raid. So this is going to be for everyone watching on Twitch. I'm going to find a channel to raid. And I'm going to see who else is on here. Needle felting. Ooh. Let's see. All right. Don't anybody make fun of my keyboard. It works. It works just fine. Wonder Hamster. All right, let's see who all's on here. We have glass blowing, we have crochet, we have beading. I already said needle felting, cross stitch, always do a scan to see if there's anybody doing pottery. But I'm gonna go see the needle filter. I want to see what this is. Needle felted mushroom. All right. So guys, I'm getting ready to go. I'm gonna go find something for supper. But thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit while I got some work done. Thanks for keeping me company. And if I don't see you again, y'all have a wonderful weekend. And have a good night. Here we go.